While we're still standing, can I ask a volunteer, please, for a prayer? I don't want to mention names. Any volunteer? Please, maybe please come in front. Give her a mic. So, I saw your hand raised there. Just come here. So you can bless our day. I don't know whether that mic is working, but I can always give you. I can give you this. Here you go. Prayer needs to be heard.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Father, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we have no words to express. Your mercies are new every morning. You are good. You are faithful. We thank you for the new day, and we acknowledge you in our midst, Holy Spirit. You are here. You are moving in our midst. It's you who will guide us. We cannot do without you. Therefore, we invite you. Come and bless this day. Bless everything that we will do, every word that will be spoken, every planning that will be made. We thank you and we bless you. In Jesus' mighty name, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
I don't know about you. I receive. One thing I saw disturbingly is when the national anthems were playing, I saw a lot of movement, and it's not according to the protocol in terms of the national anthems. I think we should respect that very much. So everything should come to a standstill. Yes, Honorable Governor of the great region of Omaheke, Honorable Pio Ganate, in absentia, I haven't seen him. Honorable Chairperson of the Omaheke Regional Council, Honorable Ignatius Karisep, Her Worship the Mayor of Hobabestown, Honorable Melpa Shalongoro, in absentia, I didn't notice her as well. Honorable Regional and Local Authority Councillors, traditional leaders, and representatives of the respective traditional authorities, the Chief Regional Officer, Mr. Pekka Semba, Director of Education and Arts and Culture, Mrs. Constance Ventenar, Regional Commanders of the Namibian Police and Defense Force, men and women in uniform, directors and deputy directors, heads of the respective office, ministries and agencies, chairpersons of the school boards, principals, heads of departments, lecturers, student councils, learners, teachers, representatives of the respective councils, trade unions, members of the Omaheke Regional Education Forum, members of the media, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Kindly forgive me if I might have omitted anyone, but it is not my intention, but all protocol observed. Sorry about that, I just want to put this dear guy to silence. My name is Elton Shituka. I'm the Deputy Director for Human Resource Management in Omaheke Regional Council, as well as the Chairperson of the Omaheke Regional Education Forum, which I'm also serving on the National Advisory Council on Education, and I'll be directing the proceedings. Welcome to our first ever Omaheke Education Seminar 2025, which is celebrated under the theme, Shaping the Future of Education in Omaheke, Strengthening Partnerships Across Primary, Secondary, and Tertiary Institutions, which serves as a platform for reflection, knowledge sharing, and strategic planning, ensuring that the Omaheke education system is aligned with the national standards and equipped to address future challenges. This summit is different, unlike the traditional summits that we all know, with panel discussions. The Omaheke Education Summit 2025 will focus on interactive sessions, workshops, collaborative groups, discussions to ensure practical outcomes. I think we have a schedule in front of us, but I want us to focus on the seminar, which is promising and engaging an enlightening experience for all of us. Open our minds and hearts. I've lost the mic. Okay, it's back. Let's open our minds and hearts to new ideas as we come together to learn new facts and share knowledge in taking the Omaheke regional platform, educational regional platform forward. Let us all take this advantage of this opportunity to grow and learn together with an exciting lineup of topics and activities for the 2 days. So let's make the most of it. Let's all work together to create a welcoming and an inclusive environment where all voices are heard and respected. So let's begin this journey of learning and discovery together. Like I've mentioned earlier, the schedule is in the folders that you get, that you have received, of the Omaheke Regional Education Review and Strategic Planning Summit 2025. So let's go through the program for the next 2 days. And since we only have 2 days, let's respect and adhere to the time so that in the end of the second day, we have reached the objectives and an expected outcome of the seminar, and we have our way forward. So I think we have the program in front of us. It's a very short program for this day. So now we still have to have the opening remarks, which will be done by our Honorable Karisep, our chairperson. And then I will call upon, after that, Mr. Charles Omeheke, our poet. And then we have the keynote address on education as the driver of the regional development, which will be done by the Honorable Governor, but that will be only addressed once he's in our midst. So with the absence maybe of the Governor not around, so after the Mr. Omeheke, we will probably have tea time, depending on the time, whether it's ready or not. After that, we will have our first session, which is the National Standards and Performance Indicators. We'll have the lunch, which is also inclusive of the networking. And then after lunch, we'll have our second session, which is now strengthening resources and infrastructure. And then after that, our last session for the day will be building effective school social units. And tomorrow we continue. So let's just focus today on today's program, and tomorrow we can go through the tomorrow's program. So without further ado, please, I would like to welcome our Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Karisep, to the platform.
Thank you very much, Director of these proceedings. Honorable Governor in absentia, our own Honorable Regional Councillors that are present here, the local authority councillors. Since the protocol has been established already, allow me to stand on it by saying all protocol observed. It is with great honor and a profound sense of purpose that I stand before you today to officially welcome you on the Omaheke Education Summit 2025. This gathering is more than just an event on our annual calendar. It is a landmark occasion that underscores our unwavering commitment to reimaging and strengthening the education sector in our region. As we convene here today, we do so with a shared vision to ensure that education in our region is not only accessible, but also inclusive, innovative, and transformative. The Omaheke Regional Council, in collaboration with key stakeholders, has strategically organized this summit, recognizing that education is the cornerstone of development. Through education, we unlock the full potential of our youth, cultivate a skilled workforce, and pave the way for economic growth, social progress, and sustainable future. The theme of this year's summit, Shaping the Future of Education in Omaheke, Strengthening Partnership across primary, secondary, and tertiary education institutions, reflects the fundamental belief that education is not the sole responsibility of government or educators alone. It is a collective effort that requires the active participation of parents, communities, business fraternity, and institutions at all levels of learning. This theme challenges us to critically examine how we can strengthen the linkages between early childhood education, primary and secondary schooling, vocational training, and higher education. It calls us to explore ways to ensure seamless transition for learners at every stage of their educational journey, preparing them for the opportunities and challenges of the future. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of this mission are our teachers, the silent architects of society, who shape minds, nurture potential, and guide individuals towards a brighter future. Their influence extends far beyond textbooks and classrooms. They inspire, uplift, and empower generations. A teacher's impact is immeasurable. They ignite curiosity in young minds, instill confidence in hesitant learners, and impart wisdom that lasts a lifetime. Whether through a kind word, a lesson in resilience, or the simple act of believing in a student's potential, teachers leave an indelible mark on every life they touch. Omaheke for the teachers. Now, for all the teachers, thank you for your patience, dedication, and unwavering commitment to molding the leaders, thinkers, and innovators of tomorrow. Your work does not go unnoticed. You are the heartbeat of progress, the light in times of doubt, and the true change makers of humankind. I would also like to extend special recognition and warm welcome to Mr. Charles Kakomehe from Charles Hill, Botswana. Mr. Charles, a poet by design, has graciously accepted my invitation to attend this summit today. I am hopeful that he will help us to better understand the important role teachers play in shaping humankind. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, over the years, the region has made significant strides in education. We have improvements in school enrollment and academic performances across various areas. However, while we celebrate these successes, we must also confront the challenges that persist. Many schools in our region still lack adequate infrastructure, learning materials, and digital tools to enhance education. Performance gaps continue to be a concern, particularly in rural areas where access to quality education remains a challenge. Infrastructural deficits such as overcrowded classrooms, inadequate sanitation facilities, and limited access to internet connectivity hinder effective learning. Moreover, the shortage of qualified teachers in key African languages such as Afrikaans, Setswana, and Kwekwekowab remains a major challenge. This gap in language instruction not only impacts our learners' ability to fully engage with their education, but it also hinders cultural preservation and identity. There is an urgent need for a specialized training and recruitment of qualified educators in these languages. Additionally, the lack of resource units in mainstream schools for learners with special education needs further exacerbates educational inequality. This deficiency limits opportunities for children who require additional support, thus hindering their ability to thrive in a mainstream educational setting. Addressing these gaps must be a priority in our ongoing efforts to strengthen the education system. There is also a pressing need to strengthen partnership between schools, higher learning institutions, and industries to ensure our education system is responsive to the real-world needs. This summit is not just about identifying problems, it is about crafting practical, sustainable, and impactful solutions. Our discussions over the next 2 days must focus on enhancing governance and leadership in education, ensuring transparency and accountability in managing resources through strategic partnership with private sector and development agencies. Leveraging technology is essential to making education more engaging and accessible. Strengthening technical and vocational education is crucial to equipping our youth with the skills needed for the job market. Expanding early childhood to development programs is equally important to give our children a strong start in life. I urge all of us gathered here today to take ownership of the commitments we make during this summit. To our educators, continue to inspire, mentor, and equip our learners with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed. Your dedication shape the future of our region. To the parents and the representatives of the parents who are the school board members, be active participants in your children's education. A child's success is not determined by the school alone, but by the support systems that surround them. To the private sector and development partners that are around, let us strengthen our collaboration in resource mobilization, infrastructure development, and digital learning solutions to bridge existing gaps. To the policymakers and government representatives, we must ensure that policies are effectively implemented and that education remains a top priority on our national and regional development agendas. To our youth and the students, seize every opportunity to learn, grow, and innovate. You are the future leaders, and your success will define the progress of Omaheke. As Nelson Mandela so powerfully stated, quote unquote, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This summit must not be just another forum for discussions. It must be a catalyst for change. The future of our region depends on the action we take today. Education is our most powerful tool for breaking the cycles of poverty, driving innovation, and building a society that thrives on knowledge and skills. With that, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. Your presence here is a testament to your dedication, passion, and belief in the power of education to transform lives and communities. Let us approach this summit with bold ideas, open minds, and determination to create lasting change. Let us work together to inspire one another and forge the partnership that will drive educational excellence in Omaheke and beyond. The time to act is now. Let us make education in Omaheke a beacon of hope, opportunity, and transformation. Welcome to Omaheke Education Summit 2025, and I thank you.
Mic again for the Honorable Chairperson. Basically, the Honorable Chairperson has said all that I wanted to summarize. So once we, Secretariat, please try to get the remarks from the Honorable Chairperson. I made it available to all the participants so they can also just read it on themselves. Yes, one thing maybe I also forgot to mention is that I'll be not driving this truck alone. Mr. Gavari has appointed also Mr. Kaldondanga, the Inspector of Education, to co-direct this ceremonies. Mr. Kaldondanga, maybe you can just stand so the other colleagues can also see you, so the house can also recognize you. Yes, thank you so much. And also in terms of the logistics, the restrooms, the majority of them are just behind those curtains as you're going out this door. If those are all occupied, I know there by the restaurant and the bar there are also restrooms. Yeah, so please help yourselves in that regard. And also one thing that I also wanted to find out from the logistic department is that this place is very hot. It's very hot, and some of us, we ate a lot of meat this morning, and since we don't limit when it's breakfast and lunch, so we're feeling the heat and we are sweating. So maybe if you can also maybe see what you can do in terms of ventilation, since it will be a very much tensed focus groups. So we need to at least to have that ventilation, and so we can focus so that it wouldn't take our attention away as well. Please look into that. So, but in terms of the tea break, I don't know how it will be served. Maybe they will announce it later, where it will be served as well as the lunch. I think that will be announced at a later stage. Yeah, so since it's still early, it's not tea break yet. So I guess everyone has the framework. I mean, like the Omaheke Education Review, the Strategic Planning Summit template in your files. So please paint yourself with it, so at least you know what is it that we are here for, what is our objectives, and at the end of the day, what is our initial outcomes, or what is it that we want to achieve by end of the day, by tomorrow. So please make sure that you go through it, so then at least when we get into discussion, at least we know we have a path, the way for us to go smoothly with these deliberations as well. I don't know whether the first presenter is ready, because initially we wanted to start with the presentations or the sessions after tea break, while they have to, because they need to set up, if I'm not mistaken, the projection and everything. But before we move to that, of course, we have our guest of honor. And he's so hesitant, he can't wait. He's so hesitant, he keeps on looking at me, he's like, oh, maybe you have forgotten about me. I see you, my brother, I see you. And the teacher is always a teacher, no? It starts with a teacher, always. Yeah, okay, please, without further ado, let's give our round of applause to Mr. Charles Omeheke, all the way from Charles Hill.
Greetings, everyone. Moro. Dumelang. Kayo. My name's Charles Kakome Shea from the next door neighbor state of Botswana. Really grateful to be here. And without taking away from what has already been said, Director of Proceeding told us as this is going to be a give and take kind of presentation. So without wasting any time, also highlighting on the fact that the first speaker, as he welcomed us, he said, we are here for the youth, the learners who are the future leaders of tomorrow. And in adding to that, I'd also like us to, from this workshop and seminar, take away this message that the future or tomorrow begins at the end of today. Tomorrow begins at the end of today, which makes our learners the leaders of today. Because today, at the end of today, tomorrow will have begun. Without wasting any time, I'm going to start with a poem titled Teacher, which is a dedication to, like you said, the silent architect. And this poem, we're going to do it together, like the teachers do it. They have this thing of saying a word or something, and they get you to repeat it. And we're just going to do that. When I raise my hand, we are all going to say teacher with that energy, because still in the morning I get it. Let me see if we get that. Teacher. Again? Teacher. No formula, no equation have been founded that defines the value of A. Teacher. 1 + 1 is equals to 2. I was taught by A. Teacher. 2 - 10, it can't. I had it first from A. Teacher. My first secret crush at school was A. Yes, I fell in love with a voice, a character, a figure of a creature called A. Teacher. My first dream was to become a preacher to avoid contact with A. Teacher. Little did I know that even a preacher has to go through the hands of A. Teacher. The one who taught you and I to read and write A. Teacher. Solutions to warfare of these words lies in the hands of A. Teacher. Every community, empire, state needs A. Teacher. This poem was written by A. Teacher. For A. Teacher. I am A. Teacher. Thank you so very much. Yeah, my poems are short like that because I believe a good presentation must be like a miniskirt, long enough to cover the essential stuff, but again short enough to get you want more of that which you can't have. And the last poem is titled Rusted Gold, and it goes: If I'm about to hate you, allow me in advance to please apologize. If you can, please listen not to me, but to my little piece of advice. It's about the pythons, fake prophets, unpredictable like a face of a dice. In church corners, they are waiting to steal and eat our sisters' pies. Targeted to touch not our hearts, but our hips and thighs. They are on the hunt, aiming to crumble us of our sexual purity, an abomination, or should I say a total blasphemy. Right now, at the backyards of our Christian community, they are sowing seeds of agony and mortality because their idea is to steal and kill all that belongs to the one who died for us in Calvary. Brothers and sisters of the world, behold, of worldly things you don't know yet been told, because not everything that glitters is gold. Believe you me, you don't want to wake up one morning frozen and cold and realization that your soul have been sold. Hallelujah. Thou shalt be glorious, for it is obvious that we are victorious in the precious name of our Lord Jesus, because if he is with us, nothing and no one can be against us. Moshimbesha now, Mbashambisha now, Nambano Mambuanje Mbemo Pao, so allow me to take a bow and say, ciao. This is your poet, Charles Kakome Shea. I'm out.
When he started to say teacher, the whole room was active. But later on, he was progressing, and I'm seeing now it's only a few people also being active with the raising of the hand. But thank you so much. It was very inspirational, and I hope we have taken a message from it as well. So thank you. With also, I don't know whether you are still with us this whole 2 days. Maybe we might call you in between just for a little poet as well, just to lighten up the house a bit, because after all those heated debates and everything, so one also needed icebreakers as well. Yes, as I've mentioned, we will move into our next session, which is the first one. I don't know whether the presenters are ready. They are. So we can do but it doesn't need any projection. It does, ne? So can we give you 5 minutes? Just maybe 5 minutes break? But please don't disappear, and then we need to call you back in again after 5 minutes, and then we delay again, and then it's still break. Please, let's just respect the time. I will humbly requesting that. 5 minutes just for the presenters to set up.
Yeah, yeah, you are my African queen. Ooh, Lord, just like the sun, light up the earth, you light up my life.
The screen is
the only one
so they have to
I ever see with a smile so bright. Hey, and just yesterday, you came around my way. My horse in way with your astonishing beauty. Oh, you couldn't make a brother sing. No ordinary thing, a supernatural being. And no, you are brighter than the moon, brighter than the star. I love you just the way you are. And you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You take me where I've never been. You make my heart go ding-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. And you remind me of a thing, and that is the African beauty. Hey, yeah. Ooh, you are my African queen. Oh, Lord, ooh, Lord. Out of a million, you stand as one, they are standing one. I look into your eyes, girl, what I see is paradise. Hey, you captivated my soul. Now every day I want you more. I cannot deny this feeling I'm feeling inside. Hey, no one cannot take your place, you cannot take your space. That is a fact I cannot erase. And no, you are the one that makes me smile, make me float like a boat upon the Nile. Girl, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You take me where I've never been. You make my heart go ding-a-ling-a-ling. Yeah, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. And you remind me of a thing, and that is the African beauty. Oh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, you are my African queen, and I know, oh yes I know. You are my African queen, and I know. See, I know what I am feeling in my heart and in my soul. Oh, I know that it's His love, and I know that this love was surely sent from up above. Cause you're the only one that I think of. You are my African queen, and I know that it means that you're the only one that I will serve. I'll give you my heart, my love, my body and my money. Every other thing you think of. In a man who could think of anything better than you, who could think of ever hurting you. Sacrifice my all, I'll give it all to you. You are my African queen, for real. You are my African queen, the girl of my dream, the girl of my dream. Where I've never been. Oh, nah, nah, yeah. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, lolly. You are my African, you are my African queen, girl of my dream, my African. You remind me of a thing. Oh, that is the African. So black, so beautiful. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. I'm with you, my lover. With you, everything is well. Your love, they make my heart to do yori. Nobody can love.
Hello, hello. Sorry. Buddy, can you please call the delegation inside so we can resume? I think this mic's volume is too high. Can you just a bit? Yeah, I think it's a bit too high. Maybe will you do your presentation from down there or up here? Because you might not. Oh, you'll stay here. You will stay here.
Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check. Sound check. So participants, we are about to start with the presentation, the first presentation. Can we get our seats? Once we are settling down to our respective places, so let me start. The Director of Proceedings, thank you very much for the opportunity. The protocol has been observed already. I will also remain at the set protocol, so all protocol observed. So now, so according to your presentation, you will see that it is written the national standards and performance indicators. So in this slot, we'll be having 2 presentations. One presentation will be done by Mr. Mokatu, who is standing here, the one who's talking, who's speaking. And then we will also have another presentation. So that is also falling under this category, so of teaching and learning and curriculum and attainment. That will also be done by Mr. Robert Siseho. So, and then I think that after those presentations, so as already alluded from the beginning, that we must listen to the presentation so that we can also be able to give our inputs and our contributions. That is what the presentation is all about. The presentation is not an issue of teaching and learning. You just see the advantage. We want that you must get some insight, so that you must also be able to give your inputs in order to determine what is the turnaround strategies that are going to put in place in order to rescue what should be rescued in education. Okay, with much ado, let me start from my presentation. So, standing here, I'm Mr. Mokatu, the Chief Education Officer for Professional Development, Omaheke Directorate of Education. Okay, this Omaheke Education Summit 2025 is already, or it is also coming with its theme. And the theme of the Omaheke Education Summit 2025 is Shaping the Future of Education in Omaheke. Strengthening partnership across primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. Okay, now the outline of my presentation will be as follows. So I'm going to give you an insight, yes, a brief of the resolution of the 2024 stakeholders engagement meeting that we held last year. And I'm also going to give you the synopsis, because all of us were not present when the Deputy Minister of Education was in Omaheke, so that we can see what is the region actually doing, what is the status quo of the result of education in Omaheke region, before you can also give your inputs. So the synopsis of academic results of the 2024 internal examination, and also the one of the national examination, so the NSSCO and the NSCCOAS. So I don't have much time because the presentations are also limited. Okay, let me start now. So it is just a pity that those people that are sitting far, far there at the back there will not be able to see what is there, but I think that if you listen, I will listen carefully, you will be able to understand what we are discussing here. It was with a sense of urgency and a shared concern for the future of education in Omaheke region that the chairperson of the Omaheke Regional Council, the regional councillor of Kahalari constituency, you saw him, he was here, Honorable Ignatius Karisep, invited stakeholders in education to an urgent stakeholders engagement meeting to address critical educational challenge in Omaheke. And this one was now in 2024, which was last year. The invitation was triggered, or it was necessitated, by the academic performance statistics that highlighted a distorting trend of the region standing slipping from the 10th position in 2022 to 13th position in 2023 for the Namibia Senior Secondary Certificate Ordinary results. Equally, alarming was the fact that only 15.2% of candidates qualified to proceed to advanced subsidiary, the one that we normally call AS, advanced subsidiary, in 2024 compared to the 18.0% in 2023. That necessitated the engagement meeting that the Honorable Councillor called last year in 2024. Okay, in light of the aforesaid, an invitation was extended to stakeholders education to partake in the stakeholders meeting that took place on Friday, 19 January 2024 at Ben van der Walt Primary School. The stakeholders engagement meeting resolved amongst that. So this one are just some of the resolutions that were taken there during that meeting. So here I'm not evaluating the result, but I'm just highlighting it so that you must understand that what was the impact of that education engagement that was held there. How did it impact on the results of the 2024 examinations? Okay, just to mention a few, school leadership were required to analyze the result and to discuss it with the teachers and school board. So I'm just giving you some of the resolutions that we taken there. The grade 9 semester examination is admitted in 6 comparative subjects at national level. The remaining subjects were required now to be administered regionally. Regional internal school evaluation RISE will be prioritized to selected schools that are in dire need of support, assistance, and guidance at all levels. Schools should minimize formal and informal activities. So those activities that are taking place in the school, which will lead to the interruption of total discontinuance of teaching and learning during official school hours. So there was also circular on this issue. Timely completion of the NSCC syllabuses, so with 75% of the content covered in the first year of the NSCC curriculum. So because we know that the NSSCO syllabus is a course that is taken over 2 years, starting from grade 10 to going to grade 11. NSSCO curriculum to be covered in the second year of the first semester to allow for regional examination. And also that schools should adhere to guidelines and time frame for activities to be submitted to the national examination and assessment, such as the completion of projects and portfolios in practical subjects, written coursework in African languages, first languages, the examination report that should be provided to the school, because the examination report are normally highlighted, the errors and what is normally happening during examination session. That was now some of the engagement stakeholders meeting. Holiday schools that are aimed at addressing examination strategies and readiness should be encouraged. Mock examination for NSCC syllabuses before the final national examination. Assessment activities, task projects should be of good qualities and reliable, and more of them. So this is just a synopsis of the resolution that were taken during that one. Now, from these resolutions, we are going to see, or we are going to assess whether this resolution have done any impact on the current situation in the region. Honorable. Okay, to continue of that, that is why from now the engagement meeting that was initiated by the Honorable Ignacio Carisep, let's see what did the region give back to the education sector, give back what was the input of the community, because so this resolution was not only given by the Honorable, it was an input from the community or from the stakeholders, as we are also sitting there. Okay, that one is the synopsis, as it is there. Okay, let's start off this one. So I would like that you must, it's just that I said that me, I am a teacher. If people are sitting in a classroom and I can see that some of them cannot see what is here, then I don't feel that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But so all in all, so for the internal examinations are the one that we are asking, or that we are setting question papers here. For the internal examination, the GP is the primary. Grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 is the junior primary. SP, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, grade 7. The JS is grade 8 and 9. And the SS, the senior secondary, the first year of the NSSCO is grade 10. Now I would like you that you must look at the table. So I would like you that you must concentrate, not for this table to confuse you, because people don't like numbers. Look at the percentage pass at the green one, how we are doing, so that I'm giving you numbers so that when you stand up there and you speak from an informed point of view. So the percentage pass for the GP grade 1 up to 3, this one is now for 2024, is 74.85%. That is the pass. And that one, very hot here. That one, we call it a clear pass. Pass without anything attached. And then we're having these learners that we normally transfer. We transfer learners on the basis of some of the circumstances that the learner is encountering. For example, age, how many times the learner is repeating the grade, because he will be sitting in that grade for a long time, start bullying other people, and then also start looking at the teacher at another way. That's why we transfer them sometimes, because of age. You can also see the... So I would like that you must just look at those two. So pass and transfer, and those ones that are failing. So you can see that for the junior primary phase, grade 1 up to grade 3, So we are almost there. We are having the transfers and those ones that are failing in terms of percentage. The last one there, it is not to say because I left it in white, I'm condemning it. I don't condemn it. Okay, the SP 65.3%, transfer 16.3, and then the field 18.2. JS, the junior secondary is the grade 8 and 9. Those ones that are coming from the primary school. Okay, well, the honorable is circling down. So the honorable is circling down. But I already said I'm a teacher. You know that what teachers are normally doing. By profession, I'm a teacher. Okay, for the JS, those ones that have passed is 37.55. That is one is a clear pass. But we are having learners that we have pushed from the JS secondary, and those ones are 39.72. I would like that you must look at the two numbers so that you can know where our problems lies. Pass 37%, transfer 39%, and then fail 22%. Coming to the grade 10, those ones that pass normal passing is 36%, and those that we transfer is 38%. And then we are also having the failures today. Okay. I'm going to speak a little bit faster now. So someone told the director of ceremonies, go and tell him that he must speed up. Then I will speed up then. Okay, those are the one for the junior primary phase. That one is a comparison. The comparison between 2023 and 2024. That is why I was saying that the reason why I'm presenting this one is to give you a clear picture of what was the resolution of the 2024 engagement meeting and what that meeting bring in. But now because I'm given 5 minutes, I'm going to finish. So those are the numbers. 2023, 72%. So, and then this year, 74%, you can see. And you can also see that the percentage not promoted, so they are also, the percentage must also increase because it must be indirectly proportional to each other. If the other one increased, the other one decreased. So there are the numbers for senior primary phase. And you can see that for 2024, I would like that you must look at the increase. So for junior secondary, it's the same. For the senior secondary, it's also the same. So NSSU examinations, NSSU examination is now the grade 11s. The grade 11s, that one is now the enrollment over the years. Access, Inspector of Education. So access, so you can see that the access is there. Although you are saying that we don't want to take learners in schools, you can see that the numbers are also increasing. And then to benchmark the region against the national, for NSSCO, so this year we moved from position number 13 to position number 12. It means that we moved up. The region moved up in terms of the grade 11 results. So this one, the second slide here, is just repeating what I just said here. And then in some of the subjects, in terms of A to C, and in terms of the benchmarking against the national standard of the national result. So there we are. For example, I'm just going to give one example, then I will move a little bit faster. First language, the regional performance A to C is 30%, but nationally it is 65.22%. So when you look at Kwekokobab, you can see that Kwekokobab regionally, Omaheke is 38.38%, but nationally the whole country, the average is 34.6%, which means that we in Omaheke, in terms of Kwekokobab, we outperformed the national average. So that is now what I can do. And then the same story goes on. And on the right-hand side, I'm having schools that performed over 60% in the particular subject. For example, at the corner, the Veni du Plessis got 17.59%. And that's 70.59% at Veni du Plessis, that percentage, when you look at the national, because we are benchmarking ourselves against, when you compete, you don't compete with yourself. You compete with other people. So that was the comparison that I put there. Okay, now, okay, those are the subjects you can see. You can see how we are doing. In some of the subjects we did not do so well. Accounting, you can see Mr. Kosimang Isaac base. Accounting, 85.71%, whilst the national average is 31.59%. You can see that we are doing, so in some of the subjects we are doing well, although we're getting critics from here and there, but we say there are also instances where we are tapping ourselves on the shoulders also. So we're having those ones. So home economics, you see that home economics, in the whole country, we came in number 2 in the whole Omaheke region. Not in the whole Namibia. Omaheke was number 2, 100% home economics, no sub-combined school. Mr. Kakero, the principal, is there. He can stand up, you can also see him. Mr. Kakero, well, you are standing up because I don't have time, Mr. Kakero. So there is, there at the back of that gentleman of the tie there. So, and then, so we are also having, you know that nationally, there were learners that were rated from number 1 up to 1,000. And our learners in Omaheke, some of them met that list from 1 up to 1,000, and those are the learners. Huabes Gymnasium, Epako, Veni du Plessis, we can see them. They are there. Check whether your name of your child is there. Now, because of time, I'm going to move. So this one is from 2021. We have been also ranking the schools. But this ranking is not to say we want to embarrass some of the schools. This is positive competition. We want the schools to compete against each other. So and also, we also rank our school nationally to see what is the place that they have achieved nationally. For example, Huabes Gymnasium, in all the schools in the country, Huabes Gymnasium achieved 15 place number 15. And imagine how many schools are there. And then we're also having other schools there. Out of how many schools in the country? Out of 413 schools. Okay, and then we're having the grade 12. So you can see what was the trend. We started off 11.4%. We moved to 18.0%. And then we went it down. That is why the Honorable Councillor called the engagement meeting last year to see that we cannot go up like that and we go down. So we must see what is happening. So for AS, Advanced Subsidiary, you see, regionally, if we benchmark ourselves nationally, we are position number 8. Moving from where? Moving from position number 14 to position number 8. That's how we moved. So use your primary mathematics to see how many places you have moved. Okay. So let me go on and go on. So it means that you can see that in 2023, where Omaheke was position number 14. And according to the people that know the education regions, you know that there is no number 15. That one there. Is that one there? Okay, now, so we also rank the schools. The way how we rank the schools, colleagues, as I already said, it is not an embarrassment, or it is not to say that you want to belittle some of the people. It is just for positive encouragement and competition. So we're also having subjects that have done very well. You can see them according to the schools. And you can see that the languages that we speak, the Oshi, Herera, Kokokova, Setswana. So we don't just speak them. We are showing that those languages are ours. What the result that are we show the people that it is ours. So you can see how we have been doing some of the subject, and we're also having the school of Huabes Gymnasium, which is the private school here, and a lot of our learners are also attend schools there. Our children attend schools there, and it is how the school is also performing. We are also having learners for AS, how they were rated, falling in the bracket from 1 to 1,000. Our learners also, so they were also part of that list. So, and those are the learners there. And I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
So I think the next one is Mr. Cecil. Okay, just wait, wait. Yes, can we just have another round of applause for Mr. Makato? Yes, before we move to our next presentation, just wait a bit. We have our Honorable Governor in our midst. He's just joined us here. He is. So I was thinking maybe we should give the Honorable Governor to make his statement, because he's really engaged in other commitments as well. And then we can continue with the next presentation as well. So also take note of what was discussed. Can we just rise for our Honorable Governor?
Thank you very much. We may be seated. Now, when you arrive late at a gathering that is already on, it's very, very difficult. Also, when you struggle to open your speech, much more difficult. Directors of ceremonies, Honorable Chairperson of Management and Council, Honorable Ignatius Garrison, Honorable Kashidev, Honorable Bakarai. I think those are the honorable councillors that I see, and honorable chairpersons of village councils. I see one here that I was representing. Imagine a whole governor being delegated by the chairperson of village council to go represent him. Worship Mayor in attendance, our service chiefs, our traditional leaders. I do not want to single any one of you. I may leave some out and then I will be called for disciplinary hearing. Our Chief Regional Officer, Director of Education, other directors present, heads of line ministries, principals, heads of department, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. I think you must really forgive me if I did not address the protocol, but I believe it was already established. Now, as I said, I'm coming from Vetfley. Something beautiful is busy happening there. They are busy inaugurating a biomass hub. It's good news for our charcoal producers. It's good news for our farmers. And also I urge them to make some cattle fodder because they are making use of the invading bush. It's a very beautiful engagement that is taking place there. A lot of international partners, and especially from Germany. And all over the country, people are there, from as far as Kamanyap and so on. And our Ministry of International Relations is also represented from Germany. So it's a very beautiful engagement that is happening there. And at 1 o'clock, they're going to have a demonstration of how the machinery works, very, very expensive machinery. And if the chairperson will allow, I would want to take the chairperson of Vetfley with me to go and see that development in his region and the employment that is being created. Because for those people to really have chosen Vetfley above all other places is something that we should not take in light. But having said that, I also want to thank Honorable Garisep and your team, CRO, that you decided on this education summit. I also want to mention that we had so many discussions around education. We really had many. Titi, moving from point 14 to 18, it's a new benchmark and a huge challenge. If you cannot move further up, don't move any inch down. And one have to take record as to what is it that we have done correctly to have moved from 14 to 8. And what is it that we really need to improve on? We need to introspect critically and sincerely so, and say, what is it that we really must do differently? And do an introspection. The SWAPO president that we acclaimed last week, Saturday, urged all of us to really do an introspection. To, like Michael Jackson say, I'm starting with the man in the mirror and say, what is it that I'm not doing enough at my school? As a teacher, as a head of department, as principal, as inspectors, education officers, deputy director, congratulations. Mr. Kavari, congratulations for a well-deserved promotion as deputy director, as director. And even now, as deputy director, Mr. Kavari, you can just start changing the position of photos in your office there. If you just change the photos, they were all the time here, and now they come in, the photos are there. They will say, Mukuru Wanje, there are changes coming here. Even the photos have changed positions. Or the positioning of your chair in your office, you just change it a little bit. People will immediately see those changes. And those are the small mental wars that we have to fight. A war is fought mentally also. If our mental alignment is not right, we cannot achieve. We need to elevate ourselves in the way we think and do things. Really elevate ourselves. Our way of thinking cannot be at the level of a teacher if I'm a head of department or principal. There's this one guy who was interviewed, I think Mr. Semba, that day I was sharing the session. We were interviewing principal. Semba was one of the panelists. We said, what will you do with an unruly child? He said, I'll report him to the principal. This guy was being interviewed for principal, but he will report to the principal. So if we are in chains in terms of our thinking, we will remain there. You are now ascending to the role of a principal, but you still think as a teacher, I'll report it to the principal. And as a principal, what will you do? I'll report him to the director. No, you are the one to solve that problem. So we need to come to that level where we really. And the other meeting that we had, I mentioned a person like Akero, who's busy constructing classrooms at his school. Practically. Now that is not within his job description. That is really not his job. But we must rise beyond job description. We must start doing things the extra way. And totally forget that my job is this, but start aligning ourselves new roles. And that reminds me of the Jabez prayer. When Jabez was born, he caused lots of pain, and his mother called him Jabez, meaning the one that causes pain. But he went and prayed and said, oh, that you will bless me indeed, O God, and that you will expand my territories, and that I will cause no more pain. I want you as principals, as teachers, as traditional leaders, as stakeholders, to really start praying the Jabez prayer. If I have caused pain by making someone's child fail, help me not to cause any more of that pain. Let me cause no more pain and expand my territories. Give me more work. That is what it means. Don't limit me. And God can only expand our territories if our mindset gets expanded. So I want us to start psychologically, to start fighting a spiritual battle. Because what we are fighting is not flesh and blood, it's spiritual things. And I've seen on one of the teacher status labels representing every child in the classroom. That one an orphan, that one what, that one what, that one what. And when you start looking at your children in that different circumstances, that behind every child is there a sad story, in most cases. Very sad stories. Children who were called Jabez, the one that causes pain. Children that we were calling Ngusian, the black child. Children that we were calling Oshirero Shuru, the head, and those things. They have all been labeled in our society. And they come to us to get hope, to get new insights. And I heard the PS or ED of education talking the other day and say teachers must ask themselves, especially at lower primary level, why am I failing to make a child able to read and write at that foundation where the child must be in a position to read and write? And that child continues not reading and writing until he comes to grade 9, 8, and 10. And I have a typical example. I really had my own nephew. My own nephew who could not read and write, who was writing one sentence, leave the book, go another sentence in the middle of the page, until I took him to Hippo. Now, Hippo was called the Bushman School, Hippo. And the principal there, Mr. Vermeulen, cut the beds in the middle so that the children do not waste space. Because he said the children are too short, why should they sleep on a long bed? So he cut the one bed in the middle and it formed two beds. I decided to take him there. And that child, after the first term, just had a total change in his behavior and his capacity in terms of reading and writing. I believe teachers can make or break a child. Seriously. I was thinking this child is maybe really not well upstairs. And I wanted to give up on him, but I said, let me take him to Hippo. Because Hippo, there were good stories told about that school, Hippo. And I took him there. There are good stories told about every one of our schools, about our region. You will find, for example, one lawyer, I think that lawyer's name is, what is his name again? But he took his child to Oshinene when the child failed in town. And that child became one of the best performing, if it was not the Dux learner in Oshinene. I mean, taking your child, the lawyer's child, from a well-prestiged school, to Oshinene, of all places, where people are Tanganyika ring and so on. And I'm pulling your leg. But that alone, if people can really have trust in a school, irrespective where that school is, it tells a story. It says something about that school. Now, let me not waste your time, but I thought that off the cuff, I need to mention these things. I need to encourage you to never give up on yourself. But let me then come to my written, prepared speech here. A very good morning to all of you, and especially to our traditional leaders and the parents who are here. It is with great pride and honor that I stand before you today at this landmark occasion, the Omaheke Education Summit 2025. As we gather under the theme, Shaping the Future of Education in Omaheke, strengthening partnerships across primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, we reaffirm our collective responsibility to build an education system that is inclusive, innovative, and aligned with national and global aspirations. And I want to emphasize the word global aspirations, that we are not only here, but we are aligned, we are competing, we have to adhere to standards that are global, that are international, and not with ourselves. Like Titi said, Mr. Mukatu, that we are not competing against ourselves. Psychologists will tell you you're competing only against yourself. But I want to take that approach that we have other people that we are competing against. That we are just like that sperm that made us to be who we are, competing against 1,000,000 other sperms. But we came number one. We are the best. And we should be having that attitude of who we are. Our elders say a path is made by walking. If you keep walking, it formed a path. And people can see the road that Titi walked up and down. The road to an improved education system is neither instant nor effortless. We can never be tired and say, why, this Garisep again, another summit, again, another what. It's never instant and it's never effortless. We must keep putting efforts in. It requires our unwavering dedication, collective effort, and resilience. Today, as we reflect on the current status of education in our region, we must be bold enough to address our challenges, embrace new solutions, and commit to ensuring that no child in Omaheke is left behind. And I want to say we have to embrace new challenges. And I know a lot of us, we like saying, why we have been doing it all the time that way. Why do you come now with new things? And that's why, Deputy Director, I say change the position of your photos there. And now because I was talking to you, they put this thing in front of me so I cannot see you. You and the Director, because I want to see your facial expressions, but it's fine. Namibia's education history has been one of resilience and transformation, from overcoming past injustice to adjust to new technology in online learning. We have traveled a long way, but as we assess how far we have traveled, we also have to ask ourselves, are we doing enough? Are we striving to ensure that every child, regardless of who they are, where they come from, what they have access to, that they have access to quality education towards a future promise? Challenges should teach us to think outside the box, and I always don't want to talk about the box. I want to talk about space. Because when we confine ourselves to a box and we think a little bit outside that box, we may think that we have achieved. But if we think outside space, then we have really achieved. They should propel us to be innovative and take initiative. It is no secret that we have faced obstacles such as resource shortages. And that's the thing that every principal will immediately jump to, and every teacher and every head of department and every director will tell you we don't have resources. We have a shortage of resources. Yes, we do have. But can we just go an extra mile? Can we just take initiative? And as much as I am applauding principals, I also want to applaud you, Honorable Paki Pakarai, and other councillors who are really going the extra mile. I've seen yourself extending invitations to high schools, to institutions of higher learning, to whatever, and those are the extra miles, including this summit that is arranged by the Regional Council. I don't want to ask whether this was going to come through if the Regional Council did not take initiative, because surely they should have taken initiative in consultation with the Regional Directorate. Challenges should teach us to think outside the box. They should propel us, as I said. It is no secret that we have faced obstacles such as resource shortages, performance gaps, and limited collaboration across education institutions. However, these challenges are not insurmountable. With strong partnership between the government, private sector, traditional authorities, and I'm happy you are here, and traditional authorities, you can start by closing all the shabins, Morethevatari, Kane, Shifa, Pateo, Njuo, Mavinu, Hosi. close die bordelstore daar in die areas waar skole is. Make a rule, no bottle store next to a school 100 meters. Like a Paco school. It's just there in the middle of all the bottle stores. Project school. You hear the music there and that child is sitting in the classroom and he starts dancing and the teacher thinks she's giving good lessons. But no, the child is dancing to that music. Traditional leaders, we can have some sort of control in our areas of jurisdiction. And I'm happy that Chief Langman wrote me a letter, Commissioner Shivede, you received that letter, where he said that come close the bottle stores in Squanate. He does not want them. He wrote a letter. He even wrote a letter and said, Governor, please look for me for someone who can put a shop that will not exploit my people, but will sell things at reasonable prices. Those are the initiatives that traditional leaders should take to protect their people. Because in the old days, in the towns, when you are no more a good person in town, maybe you're using drugs and so on, then they were taking you to the Rethevate for rehabilitation, so that you can be cleansed. Now when you go to a Rethevate, those ones are even worse with the consumption of dacha and alcohol. So you don't even know anymore where to take a child or a person who's out of control in town. Let's restore our communal areas. Let's restore standards and principles and norms in our areas. It is no secret that we have faced obstacles, okay, that one I've already read, with strong partnerships between the government, private sector, traditional authorities, and development organizations. We can create an education system that provides equal opportunities for all our learners, equal opportunities. Principal of Gaina, the other day I passed by your school, and one person who was seated next to me said, "By this school, it's always so orderly. You pass here every time and you see that things must be happening behind that fence." Congratulations. People can see. People can see when we are really working. And of course, Oshinene, you have Councillor, Member of Parliament, Nono Shiweda. When she was here, she painted that school out of her own initiatives, and many other of yours. I wish to commend the dedicated educators and institutions who have worked tirelessly despite these constraints. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. Today we are here to listen, to strategize, and to take decisive action to strengthen our regional education framework. And I cannot overemphasize the word decisive action. The other meeting that we had, we agreed with the CRO, the chairperson, and the director that teachers who are not performing will also get a reward when we are rewarding those who are performing. We'll also have a category where we are rewarding you. I don't know what reward it will be, but you will be rewarded. I mean, this thing that we can hide behind others must stop. Why? Now every time you talk about this school is doing good, but you also know you don't do good, but you are, our school, no. You must even not come to that award ceremony, stay at home. No, we must also now start rewarding people for not working. Collaboration between families and schools is key to unlocking people's full potential, and I can never emphasize the role that a family can play in shaping education. Teachers are not parents. They are parents to their children, but teachers to your children. They cannot come and educate your children in terms of manners and behavior. They have to impact knowledge and skills in them. Of course, education also. We must ensure our education system is national benchmarked and best practices aligned internationally to enhance learning outcomes, from schools to libraries Mr. Chimbundu, how well resourced is your library? Where is he? Is it well resourced? Not so much. What are you doing about it? Huh? You are doing what resources? I don't understand that language, but it's fine. But just do something about it. Do something about it. I'm seeing the children of Epako are really making use of the library. And those teachers who are studying more than the children, there are teachers here who are competing with school children, to the extent that they don't have time for classes because they are also studying themselves. Nothing wrong to upgrade you, but don't neglect the child. So Shimbundu, libraries, even establishing mini libraries there at the municipal councils, can't you put some facilities there so that those children can go closer? Can't you mobilize, what do you call it, container from Namport and put it in Canaan and put one of the young people there as a volunteer to manage that library? People, let's think out of the box. Why are we so lazy to think? No one will punish you if you do that. If you take those 20 books to Canaan there, and you make sure those 20 books are well kept and they come back, as opposed to only sticking to the tradition. My father used to do it, my grandfather used to do it this way. Let's become intentional. People, please. From online resources to teacher training, investment in education infrastructure is a priority. We must innovate funding systems such as local business and international organizations. And while we are there, I know me and Honorable Garisep, we put an address system at the hospital and a TV. They are not using it. The Aramet TV is standing there, nothing there on the screen. It was only switched on that day when Honorable Garisep had donated it. My address system only that day. And we cannot go on like that, people. We look for partnership. We bring improvement. People are not using it. But we need partnership to fill the key resource gaps. A school is not just a classroom where learning happens. It is also a site where one has to cultivate, and I like the word cultivate mental health issues of students. Bullying and discipline must be taken care of to ensure holistic development. There should be more counseling and mentoring sessions introduced to take care of our learners, and I hope Ms. Kavita, them are here, the life skills teachers. Effective governance in school requires accountability, transparency, and a commitment to ethical leadership. Let us invest in training programs that empower school learners to drive positive change. Strong leadership is the backbone of a successful educational institution, and we must equip our principals and administrators with the tools necessary for success. And I believe this message goes to Ms. Vandenaar and her team, equipping our school principals and administrators with tools necessary for success. Titi, that also include training, continuous training to teachers. Mr. Nunweb, you remember when I was your principal, I used to have sessions with teachers. And they were complaining, no, we are already trained, we are teachers. What is the story? But then later, sometimes when I skipped, they were asking, Maestro. And the teachers were calling me Maestro, not principal. I can go Google Maestro there. Maestro, when is our next session? Principals, please, don't take it for granted that your teachers knows everything. Keep empowering them. Community involvement. Parents and local businesses and community organizations must be active participants in the education journey. Sito is a school board member. When last were you at the school except for a school board meeting? What are you? A traditional leader? No, he's a traditional leader, even much more. Just go and talk to the grade ones, to the grade what? About cultures and values of your tradition. Because one thing that is really missing within our people is called traditional values. At home, we are trained like this. At the workplace, we act differently. So let's bring culture back into the school system, because it will remind us of who we are, where we're coming from, which people we are, without becoming tribalistic or regional. A proverb reminds us, a child draws with the wisdom of the elders. People will always say, my father, my mother, my grandfather told me this. These modern parents, what will your children tell? Ms. Muhinda, will my child say, my mother told me this? I hope so. Are you taking stories there at home? Very good, Ms. Muhinda. If you do so, how many of us really are cultivating that traditional norms and principles in our children? Let us engage our elders, our parents, and our leaders to guide and inspire our youth. Excellence. I cannot read that speech now. Thank you very much. Now you see, this is what is happening, you see. The speech is coming while you are already. That's what we call it, when people are sleeping on duty. And the governor has to write his own speech. By learning from high-performing schools, we can scale up strategies that work and uplift education across the region. We must document and replicate best practices, ensuring that all schools benefit from successful teaching methodologies. In today's rapidly evolving world, technology plays a critical role in education. Digital learning, online resources, and ICT integration. And I was with Mr. Semba and Chairperson in Germany. The Germans are asking us, please send us IT compliant people. They want people from Namibia who are IT gurus. I think you can send Brian now. Yeah. They want them. And we take IT for granted here. They want technology because they have an aging population. Most of their population is my age and up. They don't know. You see, I am struggling also with reading from this cell phone. Now they want IT people. And we must put emphasis in IT, even in schools. However, many rural schools still lack access to the necessary technological infrastructure. As teachers, we must prioritize the expansion of ICT resources in schools. How many schools are having ITC resources? We have broken away from that culture. Mr. Titi, you have seen how your children do in mathematics. Very sadly. Because, they are no more thinking. They became parrots. Learn and vomit out. Get in, out, get in, out. That's why you also want us to calculate 8. What's the difference between 8 and 14? That's normal arithmetics, but it's a challenge to many of us. Okay. This is not just an issue of connectivity, but of empowerment. By giving our students digital literacy, we are equipping them for international economy that demands innovation and adaptability. As I said, for international economy, and soon the region of Omaheke will be sending children to Germany, children from disadvantaged groups, peoples with disabilities, and those in rural areas have equal access to good quality education. This involves providing learning materials in local languages, enhancing special education programs, and ensuring gender equity in education opportunities. Let us not forget education is a right and not a privilege. All children in Omaheke have the right to succeed, and it is our responsibility to eliminate obstacles that stand in their way. The summit is not just about discussion, it is about action. And I believe the chairperson would have emphasized it in his statement. Unfortunately, I missed it. We must emerge from these 2 days with clear resolutions and concrete commitments. The future of our children, our region, and our nation depends on the decisions we're making today. Former President of Namibia, Hifikepunye Pohamba, once stated that education is the key to unlocking the potential of our nation. Our nation's potential can be unlocked with education. And we have seen so many times where children went to school, all of a sudden that house where there was no fire, there's a fire burning. Regional Education Action Plan that outlines short-term and long-term goals for improving education. And I really, Mr. Chairperson, through you, want to see that educational plan that outlines where are we now, where do we want to be. I really do not want us to come every time here and there is no document that is being produced. I hope those people, the administrators, they are taking notes because some of them are looking very far. Clear commitments from stakeholders, including government ministries, private entities, and communities. A seamless education system that support learners from early childhood through to tertiary education. And I cannot emphasize that early childhood would also then involve nutritious meals at school, so that children's brains are stimulated and they are well developed. As I conclude, let me remind you that the country is built by its people. Education is the foundation of a prosperous society, and together we have the power to shape the future of Omaheke's education. Let us walk with this path together with purpose, with passion, and with unwavering determination. John DeVee once said, education is not preparation for life, education is life itself. One child, one teacher, and I know Nanso say one book. I don't want to say one book, one tablet. Huh? Why should we still talk of books? Those poor children, you see why I'm walking the way I'm walking, is from carrying heavy books on my shoulder. I mean, how many books is a child carrying on his back? And when he arrives at class, you wonder why he's tired. Can we start moving as Omaheke towards one class, one teacher, one child, one teacher, one tablet, not books? The people of procurement, Sorohwe, if you calculate the price of books and the price of a tablet, I think a tablet is much cheaper than books. Am I wrong, Mr. Mukatu? Am I wrong? Will a tablet not be cheaper than all those books we are buying? It will. So why can't we, Shemet, since we are the region of excellence, why can't we introduce tablets, Mr. Kagondanga, in grade 12 and 11? It's doable. It's doable. And I want to challenge the first school that will implement it. And say in my school, no textbooks, no children that will walk like Ganate. All of them, their backs will be straightened up because they will only have a tablet to work with. So one child, one teacher, one tablet can change the world. I don't even want to talk of one pen. Because if I talk about one pen, we go back there. Because we are going to use tablets. And I'm told that now learners are also allowed to carry cell phones. If they can carry cell phones, why not a tablet? and undo with his dances. So, Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, I really just want to thank you all for having gathered in such big numbers and want to wish you well. And I don't want us to be too critical about ourselves. I want us to pat ourselves on the shoulder and say we are doing good in the midst of all these challenges. But we should not be complacent. Because as political leadership, we have declared this region the region of excellence. Kunene, they're talking of great Kunene. Shodonjupa, mighty or Shodonjupa. All those mighty and great and powerful. We are not powerful, we are not mighty, we are not great, we are just excellent. Thank you very much.
Can we give another round of applause to our Honorable Governor, please? Honorable Governor, all your statements and speeches are always inspiring, motivating, and also encouraging. And your emphasis that Omaheke region needs to tell their beautiful stories and to fight, and your fight against the children of the region, that every child should have a cup of milk. It's also very inspiring, Honorable Governor. And it is also not only the responsibility of the Governor, for that, as a region as well, we need to take and work on that as well to assist the inhabitants of this region, especially the children, so they can have that glass of milk on a regular basis. Honorable Governor, you also spoke about the issue of a tablet. I think also we're moving into the fourth industrial revolution. And then we are talking about artificial intelligence, AI. Maybe in the future we might not need the teachers anymore. Everything will be done through the computers and everything. So, but I'm not saying teachers you will be phased out. But I'm just saying towards what we are moving. So thank you so much, Honorable Governor. It's almost 12 o'clock. And before the Honorable Governor is attending to other equally important activities, I think it's best we go for tea break. Tea break is 30 minutes. So maybe 30 minutes. We are still behind schedule. We only had one presentation, and then we hadn't any discussions on that. And then we still have another presenter on the same topic or session. So please, let's go for tea break. 30 minutes. So let's say 10 past 12. Let's be back. And we'll be at the restaurant. And I don't know, maybe also we can find out whether they will be ready by lunch, 1 o'clock or not. If not, because we are almost now past 12 already, we can see whether we can have our lunch maybe at 2 o'clock or so, just for us to cover some of the discussions, if that's all right with the audience as well. So just check on that. 1 o'clock. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's on a program, Honorable. Yes. Okay, let's go for tea break.
face they see the most on TV. Me,
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. Hello, 1, 2. Can we please gather back inside? Call your name, your brother, your sister to come back so we can resume with our program. We're basically late again with 10 or so minutes, almost 20 minutes. And we still have a presentation on this first session. So can we please resume? Please, those who are going out, also call your colleagues from outside to come in, please. As you're walking around, please tell others to come. We want to start. I hope the next presenter is ready. We'll take both presentations. Please take note. We'll take both presentations and then we can have our discussions. Mr. Kavari, please bring those ones that you left behind. But I'm just saying, ask for those guys from the NBC, because they are streaming live. So if you go down, they might not be able to. So I'm not sure. Maybe if they agree and everything, because it's being live streamed. No, not part of the logistics. Ne? Yeah. So I'll ask the colleagues there down there. Colleagues from the media, there's a request whether the mic can go down, whether they'll be able to stream from down, I don't know. So I'm hearing it's not possible. So you need to present from here, since it's been live streamed. Okay. Okay. As we are waiting for the others to come in, I would like to put a humble request for the indulgence of the House in terms of our lunch. It's now 30 minutes, almost to 1 o'clock. And then we had a bit of heavy snacks. Can we also just move our lunch to 3 o'clock or so we can at least cover some of the discussions? So I think 3 o'clock will do. Yeah, so please, thank you very much for understanding. It's a democratic country. This is why we are requesting the indulgence of the House. From the look of things, I think we have most of the chairs filled up. I think the others can find us on the way, because we really need to start. And I would like to ask Mr. Charles Omeheke to come and give us maybe a bit of a lightening up before we start with our presentation. Just something very short, if it's possible. Charles, please. Omaheke.
Hello. A round of applause again. It's not easy to present before a million eyes. Thank you to the teacher, because teachers made me strong. Now I can present before people without fainting. It's a short one. It's a very short poem. I think it's even shorter than a weekend, this one. It's titled, On This Date. On this date, if I had a date, any other thing will have to wait. I'll be at the venue on time, so no minute, no second will be put to waste. On this date, if I had a date, I would neglect my other duties, or perhaps I will delegate as I rush to that moment that will eventually define my fate. On this date, if I had a date, my partner and I will seal every conversation with a gentle touch on the cheek, followed by a slow motion kiss. Would look at each other in the eyes and smile a bit. Our hearts will agree on one thing, that every now and then we should have moments like this. On this date, if I had a date, picture me on one knee asking her to close her eyes till I count 1, 2, 3. To her surprise, as I open my palm, there is but a seed that will eventually grow into a big baobab-like family tree. On this date, if I had a date, still on one knee, I will open my other palm. Only this time around, it's a glittering golden promise ring. On the inside, it's engraved, I love you to no degree. On this date, if I had a date, comrades, you are my mates, and I am your date on this date. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Charles. Thank you so much. So I'm looking for the next presenter. I hope you are ready. Let's not waste our date. Dates are valuable, and time is of essence. Is it on? So Mr. Siseho will do the next presentation. We are still at the first section. So colleagues, let's try to move. Just make it not too fast, but also not too slow.
Not too fast.
Oh yeah, not too fast, not too slow. But take into my time.
Sorry. Okay, good morning. Is it afternoon already? Okay, sorry. On your program is written Mr. Kadondanga. I'm not Mr. Kadondanga, I'm Siseho. Robert. I'm just finishing the first part on your program. So it is on the national standards and performance indicators. That's what we are still dealing with. The layout of the presentation, addressing learning gaps and examination outcomes. Strengthening curriculum implementation and assessment strategies. And then from there we have discussions. So those are three aspects that we'll be looking at. Addressing learning gaps and examination outcome. First of all, I need to understand what is this learning outcome, a learning gap. A learning gap is a difference between what a learner is expected to know or understand at a certain level of education and what they actually know. A learner is expected maybe to be able to count up to 100, but this learner cannot count out to 100. He's only able to count up to 10. So there's a learning gap of 90. Identify learning gaps. For us to be able to identify learning gaps, we use formative assessment. Assessment for learning. When you are teaching, you are assessing. for the purpose of teaching and learning, to find out where this learner is, what is it that needs to be done with this learner. So that is assessment for learning, to be able to help us to learn. So that is assessment for learning. And to be able to identify this learning gap, teachers need to do some reflection. They need to reflect on their teaching. Are the learners following? What am I teaching? To address learning gaps, what is this that the teacher is expected to do? During teaching, learning support is provided. Learners are unable to understand a certain concept, so support needs to be provided that particular learner. So that's how we address the gaps. Correct feedback is provided. You should have done this. Here, you should have done this. It is done like this. Differentiating learning instruction to cater for individual learners. We all learn differently. So we need to cater for all the learning needs of all our learners. Learners work in small groups. As they work in small groups, they assist one another. They learn from one another. Extra classes after normal working hours. Our learners may not be able to understand everything during the normal teaching time. So extra time needs to be provided those learners that are struggling. Peer tutoring, we all can learn from one another. So a learner can teach another learner. Be it in class, while the teacher is helping other learners, those clever learners, they are also given opportunities to assist other learners where they are struggling. As a result of tests and examination, a teacher repeats a topic or a competence. So that's how we close some gaps. So you assess your learners. All your learners, most of them, they failed. What does it tell you? They did not understand. So if they did not understand, it's required of you to repeat that particular topic or that particular competence. So that's how we close the gaps in learning. Support learners that are transferred. Mr. Mkatu was talking about some of the learners you are keeping for some time, and then they start looking at the teachers and say, that teachers look like beautiful, eh? So those teachers, those learners, they need to be assisted. They are always transferred due to age. They are transferred to the next grade. So if they are transferred to the next grade, they need support on the competence that did not meet. On-site training is also provided to teachers. It reminds me of then, 1991, he said, an initial training of a teacher is not adequate to meet the demands of education. So for that reason, there's a constant need for professional development. So teachers also need to be sharpened to be able to do their work. So therefore, we do support the teachers in order for them to be able to do their work better. Strengthening curriculum implementation and assessment. We have the curriculum for basic education that stretches from grade 0 to grade 12. That have different fields offering different subjects. So that curriculum needs to be implemented To strengthen the curriculum implementation, what is it that we need to do? Conduct class teaching to observe teaching and learning. We want to see that teaching and learning is taking place in our classes, and what are the gaps that are there that we need to fill. Learners might be struggling, then we need to strategize how do we help the struggling learners, how do we help the learners that are doing well. So they also need to be supported to reach their full potential. So it's not just an issue of just observing the classroom and then it's done. We observe classrooms in order to assist the teachers to teach effectively, in order to help learners be able to learn. Checking learners' work is one of the ways that we ensure that the curriculum is effectively implemented. We expect learners to be given work, to be writing all the time, to be assessed. That assessment is in their books. So therefore, we check the books of the learners to see whether there is something that is learning is taking place in the classrooms. Ensure teacher prepares. The word prepares is highlighted. And lesson plans are based on latest syllabus. The teachers are expected to plan their work. There's Maria in that class. I need to prepare the work that meets the needs of Maria. And John needs to be also be thought of when I'm preparing in order to meet the needs of those kids. And the preparation should be based on the latest syllabus, not on the textbook. A number of times people, they go to classes, they only take their textbooks. It's not prepared on the textbook, it's prepared on the syllabus. For that matter, the latest syllabus that is implemented in that particular year. Use of available resources to improve teaching and learning. For learners to be able to learn, there should be resources that should scaffold them, that should assist them to be able to learn properly. So the resources that are available are used to improve teaching and learning and to ensure that learners understand what is being taught. Hearing only, a learner might only understand 20%. Seeing, a learner might only understand 30%. So they need to see, touch, hear, for them to be able to learn effectively. Okay, on the assessment, assessment is based on the competence. What we assess is the syllabus competence. We don't assess only what we are thinking. There are prescribed competence that need to be taught in each grade, in each subject. That is what is taught. And then from there, on the syllabus, there are assessment objectives. Assessment objective A, B, C. Those are the assessment that we are assessing. As we are assessing, all levels of learners need to be accommodated. We have slow learners, we have average learners, we have gifted learners. As you assess, all those need to be thought of in your assessment. They need to be covered. Don't set it, though we do not set only a test for the lower level for everybody to score. There should be work that accommodates slower learners. There should be work that accommodates the average learners, and some work that covers for only those that are gifted, that they can get it right. So we need to accommodate all those levels of learners. So as we assess, there are some variety of assessment that we assess that are prescribed in our syllabus. So we have topic tasks that are given to learners. We have some tests. We have some projects. Learners conduct some investigations. They set for examination. They do coursework. Mainly the grade 10, 11, 12. They have some coursework that they have to undertake. That is also submitted to DNA at the end of the year. Research on culture and society is also done in languages. Learners do some research on the culture in their society. The use of questions, the quiz, presentations, and misconception are checked. So all those are some of the issues that we use to order to close the gap on the assessment. There's mock examination and regional examination. Also, they are given in order to improve the teaching and learning. Okay, so that was the snapshot of what to be presented. And now I have some discussion part that we need to discuss. In your views, I have 4 items that we need to look at. How do we improve the quality of teaching in our schools? Maybe that's the first part that we need to discuss. How do we improve the quality of teaching in our schools? It's your turn. I've been talking. Now let's hear. I was not to preach. It's for us now to have our input. I just made a snapshot, and then it's our turn now. Mr. Mkatu presented the results. You saw how we are faring. Now, how do we improve the quality of teaching in our schools in Omaheke? What are your views?
Maybe before we start with the discussions and so on, I would like to know now, all those points of questions that you are having, are we gonna touch one by one?
We need to touch them one by one, yes.
And then but is it covering both presentation, or is it only focusing on this one?
On this presentation.
Not the previous one.
The
Mr. Mkato, maybe direct me there, because we had 2 different presentations, so I want to know whether all this has been linked together.
So, thank you, Chair. Dear participants, so the presentations are there to stimulate the discussions. Because the reason why I'm having this presentation is just to set the tone for discussions. So the reason why I'm also having this summit, and it is now called this year, it is to map the way forward, how we can improve the teaching and the learning situation in the region, or how we can improve the overall performance of education in the region. And then in my presentation, I put the baseline. In my presentation, I started with the history to say that we had a similar discussion or a similar meeting last year that was organized by the office of the Honorable Chairperson of the Regional Council, or from the Regional Council. And in that meeting, we're having some resolutions. And those resolution is the one that I projected there. And I was matching the resolutions with their impact. Those resolutions of 2024, what did they bring forth? How did those resolutions assisted us or helped us. So it was a pity that the presentation was fast, but now, so that the presentation was just to stimulate the discussions. And now my first presentation was about last year engagement meeting, and also the status quo of the results in Omaheke region. I don't know whether I make myself clear. So, and then Mr. Zizeko also put some of the discussion questions there. Because we wanted, when we are having these presentations or these discussions, we must not go out of the topic. Because some of the topic will be discussed when after some of the presentation. That's why you must look at your program to see if you are having any inputs or anything that you want to discuss, so that you will be able to discuss those particular issues or raise your concern or your inputs there. But colleagues, participants, stakeholders, the reason for you being invited here, it is to come and map the way forward, us together, so that we can turn around the prevailing situation in the region in order for us to improve the results or to strengthen what we are already having. I don't know whether I'm making myself clear.
I think it's very clear. So we can start the discussions. Maybe for not to confuse the House too much, they might have questions based on your first presentation. Maybe we need to address that one first before we come to this questions on the second presentation. I think that is the way to go. If those ones have taken note, I see Mr. David's hands is up there.
Yeah, oops. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I think Titi made it very clear. We had good rounds of discussions for the past few years, and as stakeholders, our expectation, especially on a summit of this nature, is to get insight as to what is really happening on the ground. I think we were very clearly informed earlier that there was or there is an improvement ever since we have started with this introduction and this type of interventions. So when the governor spoke, he said, how do we ensure that we don't go backwards, but that we move up in the ladder, that we move and continue to improve? So for us to come to a platform of this nature and to focus on what should happen between the teacher and the classroom, and those improvements are not really benefiting the audience that is sitting here. Because that, I believe, was part of the training of the teacher, that was part of the training of the intervention between the principal and his staff. But what we want to know as stakeholders of this platform is to be taken through what is happening currently, what has resulted in the improvement that we are talking about. How do we ensure that the improvement we are talking about, we are building on it and make sure that we don't move backwards, that we build on those bricks that have been laid now to move upwards. So it would have been good or ideal if we say, okay, these are the results that came up. These are the improvements. But we have a problem because we think the school is bringing its part, but the problem in terms of you as stakeholders are, for instance, the community involvement, like we gave the example of the Shebins and the everything. We have community involvement. Parents are not really involved with their education of the learners. We want to bring in an involvement of this or that stakeholder so that we come with ideas of how to play our part in assisting the education sector to continuously improve on the results. But for us to now focus on this must happen in the classroom, that has nothing to do with us now here. That should be directly from the principal, the school and the training. But we want to know what should we do as community and as stakeholders now to help with the improvement of these results. I think that is, in short, my contribution.
Thank you very much. I think, Comrade David, you are 100% plus 10 correct. But if you have perused through the program, you will clearly, but you don't have one. Okay. You will be able to know how the program is structured. It is structured in such a way that it will be able to indicate what is required for an ideal school. What they have said there, if those things are happening in the classroom, which is between the teacher and the learner, we will have results. Number one. If you go to the second aspect, we will go to the resources. Meme Sarah and Tate Dualume will talk about the resources. What did we do? What is our shortfalls? And etc. Master Dualume will go to the process of recruitment. How long does it take? How does it affect teaching and learning? What is the impact of a slow recruitment process? The other one will be the issue of the school. All these aspects, if you put them together, they will guide us that, okay, now the problem is the issue of shortfalls of the classrooms. The problem, it is the delay in the recruitment of teachers. So I think the purpose of this presentation, it is to give the insight on what is expected from an ideal school. That's all. And then the other colleagues can come in and say, is that true, dear principal? Are you following up in terms of now bridging the gap, as Master Shaw have said? That is the role of the principal now, to see to it that there is extra classes and whatever. But I don't think that the parents here in this one will have an insight, because it is more pedagogical, it is more classroom oriented. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, again, afternoon. I just want to come there. The point of discussion is, the question of Mr. Cicero is, what can we do to improve the results? I think that's the question, the last question of Mr. Cicero. How do we improve quality of teaching, the performance of education in our region, in our schools? Now, answering based on the presentation of Mr. Mokatu. Mr. Mokatu said that after we came here, when the regional office chairperson has called the meeting, engagement meeting to improve the results, there was a question that is not yet answered to Mr. Mokatu. The question was answered through the checking of the results, but we on the platform here, we can say that yes, the results has improved from that meeting. That's where I will start. It has improved, but what causes it to improve is because of we came together and we share ideas and we have deliberated on that. The principals were sent back to schools to analyze their results. They did that. And they tried to talk to the teachers. So now coming back to the point of discussion of today, what can we do to improve this result more and more and let them to come back? The only reason here is the point that I will start with is that will be our commitment as we have committed ourselves now. Commitment in terms of those people who are supposed to craft education inside the classroom. It is the learner and the teacher, the management of the schools. That is, first of all, we need to be committed. We must go an extra mile as we went after the 2024 meeting that we had here. That's all what I can say here. First, secondly is the discipline in our learners still. We can only keep those results there if our learners are still disciplined and they are focusing to what they must do. If they come to that level, the learners, I'm referring to the learners now. So learners, the performance of a Omaheke region is in your hands. It is not in the teacher's hands. Why? Because the teacher can do what he wants to do there. But you, the learners, if you don't decide that we are going to be serious and take education seriously because it was our own future, nothing will happen here. So it goes back to the learners. To the teacher side, I would like to say that we still need to beg our teachers. Why do I say to beg? Because I don't want to beg, but we must beg them. Why? Because they are the only people who can bring change in our learners. How? Through being always with the learners. The learners need attention from the morning to the afternoon. And that's the small thing that one is founding in the teachers. They need resting time. They also need to rest, to relax. But if we relax more in Omaheke, we will not go to get the result that we need to get. We need to work harder in Omaheke, and maybe after 5 years, you can start relaxing. That is to the teachers now. And we, the principals, is asked to be on top of the teachers. That's all. That is the only way we can improve the result and keep the standard where it is now, where we have bring it now. If we don't do that, and we are afraid of talking to our teachers, encouraging them from the other stakeholders, the business, come to the schools, visit the schools, talk to the teachers, encourage the teachers. Encourage the teachers that they can go an extra mile to work in the afternoons, and you are going to have rewards for them. So that is what we need in Omaheke in order to take education where it's supposed to be. Rather than that, nothing else. Commitment from the learner side, the teachers, the management, and the community at large. The parents, some of the parents cannot control their children at home. Some of the parents cannot, I am underlining that word, they cannot control their children at home. Some of the gifted learners at schools, they don't perform because of what? They don't listen even to the teachers, because at home they don't listen to the parents. We are experiencing these things. So parents must get their children into their hands. Children must be in the pockets of the parents, not the parents to be in the pockets of the children. So therefore, that is the only thing we can do. Every parent must encourage his child, to take education very seriously. There are some learners who can really make it, but they cannot because of what? Discipline. There is a lack of discipline in our learners. There is a lack of discipline in some of our teachers also. That one is also there. A lack of discipline in some of us, me standing here, the principal also. So that is what we can change education is. It's only our attitudes to change towards education. I'm talking to the children now, sitting here. When you go back to your schools, when address your learners, the head boys and head girls that are here, the ball is in your hands. If you don't take it serious, forget about we can come here and talk and talk. If you see the children, don't change the attitude and give attention to education. Nothing will happen. Thank you. That is all I want to say. Thank you.
I hope the...
Good afternoon to you all. You want me to look at you? I need to speak to the house. My name is Mr. Chahere. I'm from the Student Fund. Yeah, and the reason why I stood, I want to share some thoughts around the issue of Mr. David. We have improved from 14 to 8. What are those contributing factors that have made it possible for us to arrive at 8? From 8, what is it that we need to do to arrive at 4? That is the answers. That is why it would have been interesting to know what we have gathered
around all the challenges that my brother is speaking to. If one of it was discipline, is there a scientific formula in terms of how we address discipline and how we will continue to address discipline to arrive at 4? Because our journey is at 1, isn't it? So I'm sitting in the same pot like Mr. Davids to think that maybe, I don't know whether this meeting is one that takes decisions where you have some substantial investments into research so that we can undertake a study, a regional study, measuring it against all the standards and everything and all, so that we can arrive at the quantifiable results, measurable ones. Because when you speak to someone that speaks to education, they will list everything. They in fact list their own problems. That these are the problems, children are not hearing us, what, Shebins are next to our houses. But every committed teacher, principal, student would arrive at the destination where they want to arrive at. So my quest for this intervention is to say, maybe if we take a 4x4, 400 meter, you have a pre-primary education, primary education, secondary education, and then you have other spaces. For example, my sister is here, is from the VTC. What are your specific challenges of the children that you get from secondary education that we need to address so that we can solve that problem? The teacher that is at primary school, when you deliver that child to a secondary school, what are the challenges that that specific student has so that we can all move together? So I think it's more of a practical nature and engagement. My brother has just listed the gaps and how to address them. Oh, it was just theory for me. Because I mean, when you are saying that you give them this attention and you give them that attention, a class where you have 55 students, how do you then go to each of any of those ones? So I'm just thinking sometimes we need to find our own journey and maybe craft it in such a way where it addresses Omaheke. For example, why can't we just have 2 teachers in the class now? So that that teacher gives attention to, maybe Tate Semba will tell us that there is no money. But why can't we have 2 teachers, a support teacher? In most private schools, you have a main teacher and a support teacher that can give attention. We also heard from the DD here to say that they are calling some children, those dumb ones, what, we push them, what. Does that deliver the end results? Let me end here, I talk too much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ziba. I want the experts on the field to come in and also talk.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Mr. Semba, and probably I will be compromised because the thoughts will be, he was a director, what did he do? Now he's talking too much. But thank you very much for the very interesting narrative that is happening here. I do not have much to say. I will say maybe later on. But I think that it's high time now that we must really, colleagues, come around the situation that we are seeing here every year. The issue of learners not being able to read and write. I think if my memory serves me well, it is an issue that has been coming on since I was an inspector, deputy director, and it's even now on the table. And I think that is a very crucial issue, Chief Education Officer, Mr. Mokatu, and all the subject advisors. What I would propose, Madam Director, now that we have got a baseline that has been created for 2025 in pre-primary, grade 1, grade 2, up to grade 3. I think we should put in mechanisms in place. And that is what I really would want, what I would like us to discuss as educators, as people that are concerned. Because if we go out of this hall back to our schools and we do not have mechanisms to speak to the baseline that has been created in a particular school. Let me take an example. Let me take Ben van der Walt because I see the principal is there. What mechanisms are we going to create in the pre-primary classes or class that is there to ensure that by July, our little ones in that class, every one of them can read and write? In Helena Primary School, in grade 1, pre-primary, grade 1, 2, 3, what mechanisms or strategies are there in place to make sure that out of the 40 learners in grade 1, the scenario must be that maybe 1 or 2 cannot read and write because probably they are too slow. I actually don't like the word slow. But you cannot say out of the 40 in the class, it's only 2 or 3 that can read and write, and that 37 cannot read and write. Then something is not right. Then something is not right. Now, if we get that baseline correct, I want to talk to the lower primary. Is it lower primary, Uga? Junior primary. I want to talk to the junior primary. If we get the baseline strategies correct, that is when we can say after 10 years, when we come back here, those learners will be in grade 10. Then we can say we have achieved something because those learners will be competent to read and write. That is one that I really want to be taken as a resolution of this gathering, a very wonderful gathering that is here. If we can get the ideas as to what should we do for our little ones to be able to read and write. What should we do? Eudeli, what should your colleagues do? Hobaves Primary, what should our colleagues do in order to ensure that, I know there are cluster meetings, there are everything, but still we do not get it right. What should we do at Hosea Kutagombiriona to make sure that our junior primary, I'm talking pre-primary up to grade 3, that cohort this year must be able to read and write? Then we are not going to blame each other at the end of the day and say, our grade 10s are transferred, I'm going to come to transfer. No, I know the time is limited. Now, if our grade 10 cannot read and write, and it's a very, very, very scary statistics that we are seeing here. 37% of the learners in grade 10 has been transferred. Why have they been transferred? Because they have been too long in that class, in that phase. But are we tracking them back to lower primary? Each and every one of them. Are we tracking them back? Are we making sure that, do we have the history of those learners in order to address these shortcomings? I think my contribution will be in that light in terms of reading and writing. That is very important. Quickly, the second one. I have seen people talking about the learners that are not disciplined. Yes, that is a given. Our learners are not disciplined. But now, since we are having the highest office of the police command here, Commissioner Chivede, probably some people don't know him. With all humility, would you please stand up and show your face to the audience? That is a top cop in our region. Thank you very much. Maybe, Commissioner Shivede, we can maybe try to also address the issue of shebeens. I know it's a very delicate issue. It's a political community issue and so, but maybe we can try to address that one. I will leave it there. The last one, since I was a director all these years, I have, or an educator, I have always hammered on this one. There is no way our schools will get it right if we do not have the ideal and proper leadership in place. I'm a student of management and leadership. If a school does not have a principal, the principal is there in name, then you can forget about gatherings like these ones. If the school does not have a traditional authority that is authoritative and having the necessary authority to take decisions in the community concerning the welfare of the school, we can forget about these summits. If the school board is rubber stamping everything that the principal is saying without even reading, without even arguing about it, everything, then we can forget about improved results. What I want to say is that leadership is the crucial issue in every school. Now, leadership is not only the principal. It's the head boy, it's the principal. Please, it's the HOD. Please, the most important leader in a school, curriculum-wise, we have talked about curriculum implementation, is the HOD. Departementshoofd. Departementshoofd, as a belief, mensen, as a belief, the head of department. Why are you head of department and you are not doing your work? Leadership, colleagues, leadership, Madam Director, leadership, I can say it 1,000 times. Without leadership in our schools, we can have these beautiful summits, we are not going to reach anything. Leadership is the most important one. I will come back later.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. CRO, for that powerful words. I also don't want us to divert too much of what we have discussed, because maybe we might also have these topics coming up, as Mr. Kavari have said. So, because I see a lot of hands being raised after this, and the time really is not on our side. I know it's a very important summit that we're addressing here, but maybe also as well, I would also want to give the Director of Education herself, maybe she will address some of those issues that you want to tackle now as well. So please, let me just give it to the two honorables, and then I will give it to the Director, and then she will address, then maybe then we can see what is still outstanding. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Erwin Vetarera Gashi, the Original Councillor of Chinene Constituency. Regional Councillor of Chinene Constituency. I know a lot of people are like, but why is he standing while principals and the rest is here? Yes, I am standing here because I'm leading the constituency. Now let me talk from a rural school perspective with all stakeholders present here. I want us to invest in continuous professional development of teachers and equip teachers with effective teaching strategies, because I have realized that most teachers that are teaching at our schools, especially the permanent teachers, the so-called qualified teachers, whenever they are at schools, they think they have made it at those schools. They have this I don't care attitude, because at the end of the month, I will receive my salary. So we should create that professionalism in them, because teaching is just not any other job like, you know, going to office as an administrative clerk. It is a profession. And a profession, you go and study in that profession up until you qualify to be a professional teacher. Therefore, it is expected of you as a teacher to fulfill what is expected of a teacher. So we need to allow our teachers also to act, especially principals and HODs, to make sure that Even the dress codes of our teachers are professional. Vakwetu. You cannot have a trouser without socks. It does not look good. Kumukurushiri. So let's improve on our professionalism. Please, my principals, and tell teachers that it doesn't mean that when you are permanently employed, you cannot be moved. We are going to move you to a place where it is going to be, we are going to make it difficult for you to, because, yeah. Then we also need to improve our school facilities, including classroom. And on this one, I'm going back to my traditional chiefs with all due respect, the regional councillor, the constituency's office, so that we own schools in our constituency. We as traditional authorities, we in Ochero, we are saying, Oveni Wovandu. Whenever we are campaigning, we go to the traditional chiefs to say, I want to become a councillor, please give me your people. And the people will hear and they will vote for us. Here we are. So traditional chiefs, please let's go back into our communities. Let our communities own our schools. Oh, that's why most of the schools, and I'm so proud, Director, CRO, that most of our schools are named after people of those constituencies. Gustav Kanji. It's a proud name. Therefore, let us say Gustav Kanji belongs to certain villages. There's 4 months you make sure you repair classroom A and B. The other 3 months, village A, B, C, you repair classroom A and B again. And if we are doing that, we will make sure that we don't always go to blame the government to say, this government is doing nothing, because government is only there to make policies and what have you, but the schools is ours. Learners and kids are ours. So as leaders, let's lead by example. 3, and on this one, schools to have an open door policy where the community is fully owning schools, where parents are fully involved. I'm seeing a very big gap between schools and parents. Teachers are more professional and are more important when it comes to involving parents, because parents are stupid people that are sending kids to school. Teachers, principals, tell your teachers, if these parents do not send their kids to school, you won't be having a job. So let us all engage in one another and make sure that we call that school our school, not my school. That's why you will never hear Kashile saying, Oshinene Shanje, Oshinene Shetu Shimbichi Tudera, Oshinene Shitudera. It's because it should be ours. And I'm telling you, in my tradition, Onganda Yetu, if a kettle is lost, I'll go and get that kettle because Oyetu. I don't care if I don't even own a kettle there. But the mere fact that it is called Oyetu. So let us as teachers make sure that we narrow that gap and make sure that parents are involved with whatever school activities are happening. The last one, my last contribution, is the regular assessment of learners' performances. Because I remember when I was a learner, if my book is, as my book gemerkt is, en ek het, as dit uit gesê, ek het dat goed gekry, die merk. Ek was so blij want ek het reg gedoen. I was so happy because at least I got it right. So please let us assess our learners, and for the HODs and the principals to also assess teachers if there's any intervention so that it can happen early. So I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, much, Honorable. I'll give now to Honorable Kangominya. Yes, my apologies. The Honorable wasn't here this morning. Please acknowledge his presence as well. Honorable Kangominya from Aminus constituency.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear participants.
the high tables, the principals, and everybody present here. It's really another good opportunity to be here. And one is also very excited and happy, but also very concerned. I heard that we are at number 8. As Shahere have said, now we are at number 8, and then we are at number 12 or 13. And one wanted to know, I have asked, are we among the top 20 best students that we have for this year? There is nothing of Omaheke. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, really I'm very concerned. And I'm very, very concerned because when we have results, everybody, when you hear that tomorrow the results of the grade 11s will be announced, you wanted to make sure that time you are close to a radio or something, because as Kashido have said, we are part of what is going on here in this region. And if you heard that Elena and now my honorable that was presenting here have question 1, how do we improve the quality of teaching in our schools? Quality of teaching in our schools. My honorable director and CRO was saying, the junior primary, you have kids that cannot read and write. Kids that cannot read and write. Where should we go to for kids to read and write? Should we go to the parents? Should we go to the teachers? Should we go to the school board? I think we should go to the teachers. Isn't it? For kids to read, because it's the first thing that we are taking kids to school. If the teachers cannot make our kids to read and write, then what is wrong? What are we teaching? For to read and write, when we were at school in grade 1 of sub-R those days, is A-E-O, the vowels. You have to know them. Does our kids know the vowels? Because that is where it starts. You can change the curriculum as much as you want to change it, but the basics remains the basics. You have vowels, you have consonants, and kids should differentiate between vowels and consonants, and they should know the alphabet. If they know these things, then they will read and write. But if the kids are not told the vowels, and if they are not told the consonants, then we have a problem with teaching. And who's supposed to inspect that these kids know those things? My Honorable Kavariubi Wapit, my Honorable Director. And this is the things that I want always to go to. Let us not speak because we want to come and say something here. Let us face where the problem is. Let us not generalize something. If the kids cannot read and write, then we should go back to the teachers and ask, why can the kids not read and write in grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, grade 7? Why? Why are they not? Because my Honorable Director, when we were talking the other day and gossiping somewhere, she was saying, a kid have a D in English, no, in another subject, or what? But she has a F or a U in English. What does it tell you? What does it tell you? If you have a U in English, how can you perform in another subject? It's very difficult. Because the language in which you are taught, you don't understand it. How can you reason, and how can you do assignments, and how can you do those things in another subject if you cannot understand the language in which you are taught, and all these other subjects are taught in that particular language? The placement of teachers is another problem. A teacher that does not know Africans, I was reading through, I will not show my kid, but I was reading through the Africans, and then I say, how Africans enjoy Ninja. The sentence construction is already wrong. And then you see the teacher, this market is really, these are the things that because if the tree, you cannot claim a tree from the top, it should be from the bottom here. And everything from the bottom should be right. We respect teachers. We are there because of teachers, and teachers as everything. But to me, supervision. How can we improve the quality of teaching in our school? The word quality. Is een bevloeglijke naamwoord, wat is een zelfstandige naamwoord teaching beschrijft. Is het niet waar? Because hij maakt die teaching sterker. Hoe gaan ons die onderwijs, de kwaliteit van die onderwijs bevorderen in onze scholen? Quality. How can you have quality if you don't produce quality teachers? Quality will come from a quality teacher. And he will improve the quality of teaching. And we have quality learners. Quality learners, they should have been brought up well. From SEPA. You are talking, Master Kakero there, you are talking of juvenile delinquency. Juvenile delinquency is the parents of the teachers. That answer is not coming forth up to now. From my time in school, we are talking of juvenile delinquency. If we have a problem with discipline, let us address the issue of problem. But a grade 1 kid cannot have a problem with discipline. A grade 1 kid cannot have a problem with discipline. Then something is wrong with that whole school. A grade 1 kid cannot have a problem with discipline. Then something is wrong with that whole school. Let us really, I don't want to come to summits and then we make it just, I'm going to a summit, dress well, and then go back, and then we sit down, and I'm at spot number 13, and I'm at spot number 12. That is not what Master Semba has said. HODs. He was talking of planning, teachers planning. Can one principal or whoever convince me, the director convince me that our plannings, our teachers' plannings is up to standard. Every day, everyone is prepared to do and learn and teach what he's supposed to be teaching. Is it really what we are saying? If we're coming to the summit, let us not come and lie to ourselves. Let us be very honest and address those issues as he has said, so that we can go from 8 to 4 and 13 to 12. Of 10, I don't know. I don't know. Learning gap. Who's saying that these learners, I have a few learners that did not take it well during the morning time, and in the afternoon, I will make sure that I will have an extra class. Who's saying that? For every extra class, our parents are paying now. If you see that your kids are not doing well, the very same teachers that have taught in the morning say, for extra class, I'm paying. Maybe the teacher's salary is for half day. Maybe the teacher's salary is for half day. If it is for half day, I'm okay for them to ask something extra. But that motivation and commitment should come from teachers. To say, my learners, when we were at school, Master Mapasi will say, for those that did not understand, in the afternoon, you must come back. And when he's in the afternoon, then he will say, it's 11:45. If you don't understand, you are failed. But he's doing his efforts to come back and to make sure in the afternoon, he's revisiting those slow learners, as Master Semba has said, because teaching is not something just for a salary. Teaching and nursing is a calling. If we are in teaching because of a salary, I know we don't have jobs in Namibia, then we should go back and say we are at a calling where we can contribute to the livelihood and the well-being and the future of the Namibian nation. So teaching is a calling. And if there is things that you don't want to commit yourself to as a teacher, teachers should not do and in the afternoon. Who's paying for you when you do the tenders? 95% of the teachers are into tenders. When are they going to do this commitment? Odombara, why are you quiet on these things? Why are we quiet on these things? Eh? Why are we waiting until when the results are released? No, you are unhappy. My school did not do well. What was your contribution during the past year for that school to do well? Which Ombara will stand up and say, I have done what I could have, and Aminus have not done well? Which one will say it? Curriculum. What is it that a parent know about curriculum? What is it that a parent know about curriculum? The head of department, as Master Semba have said, should see to it that the correct curriculum are implemented at that school, and that teachers and kids are prepared according to that curriculum. That is the duty of the teacher, that is the duty of the principal, and that is the duty of the director and deputy director of education. And these are the people that need to answer to it. Is everything in place today? They should come to us and say, everything is in place, and here is where we are lacking to make us perfect. They should come to us today and tell us what is in place and what is not in place, and where can we assist so that we can attain the results that we really want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. One can see you that you are really a member of Parliament. Thank you, Honorable. Yes, Madam Director. Madam Director, please come and address some of those issues so we can really wrap up this session. So we move to the next session, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chituka, for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I really would like to say thank you so much. They want to see me, then I must move with all my goodies. My honorable councillors want to see me in front of them, so I have to face them, and I thought by myself I could hide there behind the table. But thank you so much for this golden opportunity for us in the Directorate of Education, Arts and Culture in the Omaheke Regional Council. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say thank you for all the contributions that you have made thus far. And with all due respect, we have looked into the issue of how can we sustain or improve the results of 2025 and beyond. And that's why we use the tool that we normally use in our public schools, and that is to determine at which level our schools are. And that's why we use the national standards and performance indicators. So all the issues that you have mentioned, for example, I just want to have a program, you will see that in the concept note, we have made notes to guide us. So when we talk about the national standards and performance indicators, then we will talk about the national performance, the learning gaps, the curriculum implementation. Then we come to resources. Then when we talk about resources, we will talk about the infrastructure. And then when we discuss infrastructure, then we need the inputs of our participants as well. So we will talk about the teachers, the qualifications, the dress code. All those issues will then be covered under that key area. So the first session was actually just to tell the House what is the status quo of education in the region. And I am very glad that our CRO mentioned the fact that our learners can't read and write, because we have, according to our program, strengthening the curriculum implementation and assessment strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, dear councillors, our theme in education for this year is foundation first, excellence always. And now we know that the governor said that we are not the region of the mighty Omaheke, the what. We are striving for to be the region of excellence. And that's why We all are striving for schools of excellence, but we can only achieve that if we use the tool that we call the national standards and performance indicators with the different key areas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the reading problem in our schools, our honorable chairperson mentioned that as well, that we do not have professionally qualified Khoikhoi Govap, Setswana, and Afrikaans teachers. There we lack, not just in our region, but it is a national problem. But when you look at the results that Mr. Mukatu presented, Khoikhoi Govap outperformed the other subjects. Now what happened there? And that is what we have to look at. That is what we have to keep. That is what we have to strengthen and to make sure that we build on that to improve our results. Mr. Ganep, he is the Khoikhoi Govap teacher at Johannes Doren. On the 18th of January 2025, that was on a Saturday, he was sitting with all the secondary teachers teaching Khoikhoi Govap in the region, working out modalities, how to interpret the curriculum and the syllabuses. Now that is what we want to see. Starting with the foundation, for example, our government spent a lot of money with the training of teachers in Jolly Phonics. My dear principals, are you monitoring the implementation of Jolly Phonics? Because this is where the learners are taught the vowels, the sounds to be able to read. And that is such a good program. Even the parents with smartphones can download the app on their phones and give it to their children to learn these sounds. So, my dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, dear honorable councillors, we will have a slot where we will talk about the leadership in our schools, because we also know that everything rises and falls with leadership. We will come to that. So, one thing that also hampers the implementation of the curriculum in our schools, and now I'm talking to the parents, is the deviation from the school calendar. My dear traditional leaders, honorables, if tomorrow is an out weekend, parents will already come today to fetch their learners. And no teaching and learning will take place for the next 2 days or the whole week, because now the teachers are waiting for these learners to come back to the school. And that also has a huge impact on the performance of our learners. So sometimes I know we have national days that we celebrated, but my dear honorable councillors, I also would like to urge us that if we want activities to take place at school, let us not compromise with the teaching and learning time. Those things should happen in the afternoons, because we compromise the implementation of the curriculum. So if we want to